Toss to White. He's in! Patriots win the Super Bowl!
Welcome to Patriots Touchback Podcast.
Good evening and welcome to day 2 of the NFL draft. It's me, Nick, and DJ is here with me. We are going to start the run of round 2 of the draft. We'll see what we've got. I've got DJ for a little while, and then it might be me solo. So we'll see what we've got. DJ, obviously the draft starts in 5 minutes or
5
so.
minutes. Yes.
Let's just touch on last night. Will Campbell, you happy?
Yeah, I think he fits the Patriots way. I think, like Vrabel said, that they fell in love with the kid from day one, and I think that there was no shadow of a doubt that they were going to go for anyone else except for Will Campbell. So,
yeah.
I
mean, the guy took 38 out of 40. Played 38 out of 40 games. In his entire college career. 69.7% run block grade, 80.6 pass block grade. I loved he's good fundamentals, IQ, competitive toughness. I loved his, I'm going to fight and die to protect my team. I love that about a guy.
He was very emotional, yeah. It looked like he wanted to be a Patriot.
Put Vrabel on his backside during a workout.
Crazy,
Mike Vrabel said that he's a foundational piece, a leader who's durable, dependable. It was an easy pick to make, and ultimately the Patriots had no offers for their number 4 pick. So
went dead quiet after, I think, the Abdu Carter of the Giants. That was it.
Yeah, and ultimately, I said this earlier in the week. The Patriots need a trade partner if they're going to do a trade. You can't trade without a trade partner, and if there's no one available, then you've got to roll with what you've got.
He did say he would have listened to the offers, but obviously there was not. Sorry. Yeah.
Anything from round 1 stick in your mind? What stuck out from round 1?
I think we were all kind of, apart from the Jaguars kind of going up for Hunter, didn't think that was expected.
Yeah.
But, the first 6, 7, 8, 7 picks were kind of spot on, I guess, and where they were meant to land. Then you got Tech going to Panthers. I thought that was a bit of a surprise one.
Yeah.
Banks.
We all everyone expected the Panthers to go defense. So for the Panthers to go offense, that was quite a shock. I know the Cowboys needed a guard, but Tyler Booker at 12, that was a bit of an overreach, I think.
Considering Martin's retired. So.
Yeah. Jackson Dart getting selected ahead of Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah,
that was big.
I didn't like the Falcons pick, to be honest. Climbing up to get another edge. I didn't see the logic in that.
Yeah, they took
Jalen Walker.
Yeah, they took Jalen Walker at 15, and then they came back in at 26 with the Rams for James Pierce Jr. So
I'm not sure.
A linebacker and an edge, or 2 edges, depending on how you want to read Jalen Walker. But Mike Green, Will Johnson, Shedeur Sanders, and Nicky Manwari all fell out of the first round. They were players that I had first round grade on. Ultimately, not everybody who's got a first round grade can be selected in the first round. That's the point. But I think Mike Will Johnson dropped because of his injury history.
Yeah.
A lot, according to Ian Rappaport, a lot of teams are questioning his durability. Mike Green, I can only assume he's dropped because of his
out of thingy issues. Yeah.
Let's say. But the biggest one for me is Nicky Manwari not making it out the first round. I really expected him to go round one. So, no doubt we will get the commissioner any moment now coming onto the stage and declaring the draft open. We are running or my TV is running about 30 seconds behind live TV. So it obviously that's what I'm working with. So if you're watching TV and you're watching us, you will probably know just before we do, which is fine. But if you wonder why we're not right on it, that's what we're working with. I'll try and make it work, but I can only go on what I've got. So anything else before we get started, DJ? Anything that
So what do you think position wise is going to go now? Because we've got a lot of edges still on the board.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe a lot of edges and wide receivers. So I don't know if it's going
we need a wide receiver. We need a wide receiver.
I know, but these edges, like to me, if Nick and Warrior's there, or that other guy, Donovan Ezuraku, is it?
Ezuraku.
Yeah. If they're there, do you pass on those guys to get a wide receiver? I don't know.
I mean, wide receivers, you've got Luther Burden, you've got Alec Amanior, you've got Jaden Higgins, Jack Besh, Jalen Royals, and Kyle Williams. They are the top wide receivers. Now, Kyle Williams is rated number 63. So that's effectively a third round grade. Jaden Higgins is ranked at 37. Now we pick at 38. So hopefully you look at the teams picking in front of us. Cleveland at 33. They could take a wide receiver or a quarterback. I think they'll probably take their wide receiver there because Houston will be looking at a wide receiver as well. You then have the Titans who might want a wide receiver. Cleveland's second pick could be a QB unless someone trades up in front of them. Vegas want a receiver. So all four teams in front of us could be wanting a receiver. Well, there's only two in front of that are not Jaden Higgins. So we could have an issue. Now, if Jaden Higgins is selected before we get on the clock,
I reckon Trey Harris is a good shout here as well.
Karl says, "Give me Jaden Higgins." Yes, we want Jaden Higgins. That's who we want. I think if Jaden Higgins is gone, Jack Besh doesn't suit the type of receiver we need.
I'd say Trey Harris, Mississippi.
Yeah, I wonder whether if
Bond, it's too. He'll go.
No. I'm wondering whether we change round and
go edge.
If you're going to go someone like Jalen Royals, who you could probably get in the third, maybe you go for your edge first because, like you said, there's Mike Green, there's Donovan Ezuraku, there's Nick Scorton, and there's Landon Jackson. They're all possibilities. So it might be that they're going, say, someone like Landon Jackson or Nick Scorton or somebody like that, and then Jalen Royals at the beginning of round 3 might be a better fit because Jalen Royals as a wide receiver type would be a better fit than say, Jack Besh because of the type of wide receiver that he is.
Yeah. There's no other edge down there that I would go even lower. It's just those top three.
Yeah.
I mean, Mike Green is a steal at this point.
Yeah. The Cleveland Browns are now on the clock. So if you're watching live and you're watching us, you know how far behind we are. Let's see where Cleveland are going to go. They've got 7 minutes to make their pick. Nick Stefanski doesn't seem to be doing anything. So, so where are Cleveland going, do we think? It's got to be wide receivers, surely, because nobody around them needs a QB.
Couldn't you see Sanders here?
I would see Sanders at 36, maybe.
Who's 36? Raiders.
No, 36 is the Browns' second pick.
Oh, right, okay. Oh, yeah, because they got two, didn't they?
Because they've got Jacksonville's because of their Hunter trade. So...
yeah, they could go Burden here. Burden the third, maybe.
Yeah.
Who have they got wide receiver anyway? I can't even think who they've got.
That's a good question.
Judon, but not Judon, Judy, but he
Jerry Judy's their number one, yeah. British Bulldogs, British Browns. Yeah, Jerry Judy's their lead wide receiver. But
I think they were calling someone then.
Yeah, I think this. I think they're going to take a wide receiver here, surely, ahead of Sanders. Because, I mean, New Orleans Saints at 40 are maybe the next QB needy team. Well,
yeah,
you know that means getting your wide receiver ahead of all the teams around you is a more important need. So we will see. But how did the pick is in? How did you like Cleveland's pick for Graham? Cleveland, they traded out for Hunter, and they took Graham instead.
To be honest, but
yeah,
I think Graham is a decent pick for the Cleveland as well for that defense. Pick is in.
It is. Just waiting on the commissioner to come out and tell us.
I think they're going to go receiver, like you said.
Carson Swessinger, linebacker. Ooh.
Linebacker.
Ooh. Rank number 53.
Oh, yeah, from UCLA.
Ooh. That's I had him as my second best linebacker available. Mason Graham, Miles Garrett, Carson Swessinger, Jeremiah Samoa, and Denzel Ward will become their lead defense. So that's interesting. You know, unless they look at it and say, well, the linebacker quality, you know, isn't great after these first two.
Yeah.
And they make their decision. But from a Patriots point of view, that's a good pick because it means that's one less team to pick. Yeah, that's one less team to pick and no receiver off the board. Houston's pick is in already.
That's quick.
So this is a quick one. Now, they could go wide receiver. They do need offensive line as well.
Did they not sign someone?
This could be Ursay.
They signed someone in the free agency because Dell is out for the year, I think. Yeah, I think they're going to go because they've lost Tunsil, so I reckon they're going to go tackle here.
Yeah, Ursay's the best tackle available.
Who did they pick in the first round?
First round, they didn't. They traded out. They traded out, didn't they?
Yeah, I reckon they'll go. Just seen it. Wow, that's a shock.
Go on then, give it anyway.
Jaden Higgins.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah, it just popped up on the NFL tracker.
Oh.
Titans are now on the clock. God,
that's disappointing.
Oh.
Well,
that's a good pick for the Texans.
Yeah. That's disappointing. That's the guy we wanted. So that's not great. Should have traded up, Karl says. Well, maybe. Yeah. Depends how rich the trade was to come up. That's the problem. And you know, Houston haven't picked yet. So they're pretty desperate to get their guy, I guess.
Seattle on the clock now.
Seattle are on the clock, so they've traded.
They've traded up. With who, though?
Well, it must be with Tennessee, because Tennessee were on the clock.
Yeah, Titans have traded out.
So we need to sort the trade.
They're coming up for a receiver, I think.
I've got a frozen screen, so I'm...
Burden's a perfect fit here for Seattle, I think.
Could be, yeah. You're going to have to... I've got a frozen screen, so I can't...
Yeah, I've got it live.
Let me get.
Pick is in.
Let's get the tracker up, because if I'm working with a frozen feed, then I've got nothing to tell me who is
They're on
what.
advert. They're in advert at the moment, so there's nothing going on.
I know, but I need to.
Although I'm saying that, I think Michael Green's quite a good option here as well for that.
I can see my feed's going to have frozen all night. I can see this coming.
Use my one if you want.
Yeah, I'm relying on you to tell me what's.
No, I mean you can
Right,
load into my one. Second round, they swap 2 second rounds and they
right,
get
okay.
third.
Right. So what have they swapped? Seattle's 2 second rounders, 50 and 52.
Yeah.
For Tennessee's number 35.
For their second and the third.
And they're 103.
Yeah.
Right. So Tennessee are giving up 35 and 103, and Seattle are giving up 50
Tennessee
and 52.
are just giving up this. No, Tennessee are just giving up this pick.
They're just giving up 35.
They're swapping around with Seattle, and they get Seattle's third.
They get Seattle's third.
Yeah.
Number 82.
Mm-hmm.
So it's 50 and 82 for 35.
Yeah.
Yeah? Right. So who have Seattle taken?
Doesn't say yet. Nick Imowaru, whatever his name is, South Carolina.
Nick Imowaru, yeah. Oh, right, there we go.
I think Burden goes here.
What, to the Browns?
Yeah.
Could be.
Then Vegas could. They could go Sanders here, I think.
There we go. Yeah, I've just got Nick and Murray up here on my telly. So, likened to Kyle Duggar. Yes, the Browns are on the Browns are back on the clock. They need a QB, they need a running back, they need a wide receiver, tackle and cornerback. Now, wide receiver, you could say that
I don't want no. I prefer go edge.
Jalen Noel. Luther Bird. I mean, his production's been way down this year, Luther Burden.
Plus, I think he's got a big character, doesn't he, as well? Like, for the locker room and stuff.
I mean, like you said, you've got two teams here, but wide receiver, I think Vegas will take a wide receiver. So if Cleveland take a QB, then you would expect Vegas to take a wide receiver. If Browns take a wide receiver, I wonder whether Vegas would take a corner, maybe take Trey Amos off the board, or take Will Johnson off the board. But
how bad is this Michael Green situation, by the way? I don't know all the ins and outs.
Well,
what's he supposed to have done?
There is allegations, and that's all I can say. There are allegations of
wow, Browns took Judkins. Fuck.
Judkins. There are allegations of sexual assault, but he's never been charged. He's never been officially questioned by police. He insists he hasn't done anything wrong. So while I think there's a lot of
I'd fucking take him at 6. Mike Green. Or that Boston College lad. I can't pronounce his name.
So the Browns take Kushan Judkins, a running back. And that means Vegas are on the clock. Right, let's update this. Cleveland took. Who did Cleveland take with their second pick? They've just taken Judkins.
Judkins.
And who did they take previous to that? It was
that's
Schwarzenegger guy. Yeah. And then Houston took
Higgins. And Seattle took Iman Worry.
And the Raiders are on the clock. This could be Luther Bird in this one.
Not Sanders.
Well, I suppose it could be Sanders. It could be. Oh, Miami are on the clock. We have a trade.
What's that? Oh,
we have a trade. Miami have just traded in.
I wonder if they're coming for Green.
What are Miami's needs?
Didn't they lose that? Well, they need a safety as well, don't they?
They need a corner. Because the they've lost their safety Javon Holland, and Jalen Ramsey wants to be traded. They need a cornerback. And they need offensive line. But they might have been able to. They wouldn't have needed to trade this high for an offensive line, I think. So this could be for a cornerback. This could be for like Trey Amos maybe, or Johnson. Yes, Carl's just put that, or Johnson. So. We shall see. What did I need to know? What Miami paid for a trade?
I haven't come up yet.
There we go. They got a second, a third, and a fourth for
a fifth.
So Miami's second, third, and was it 135?
Yeah.
For Raiders 37 and one. Was it 108? I think it was. Can you just check that trade?
They've got an offensive line. Savendia. I liked him actually. I thought we might have tried to get him, but right, we're on the clock.
We are on the clock.
Where are we going to go? I want Mike Green.
You want Mike Green?
I want Mike Green, yeah. But I have a funny feeling we might go that Texas A&M guy. Scorton.
Karl wants Luther Burden or Azaraku.
I don't want to know. I want to watch it. Oh, typical. They're going to fucking break. We better not trade out here.
No, I don't think we're. I can't see us trading out.
Doesn't give you the fucking trade trade details on this track, I think. Taking our time.
Oh, who are we taking?
Trade down. What? Nah. I know they're taking their time, man. Got 40 seconds left. Please do not run out of time. That'll be the worst fucking thing ever.
Pick is in. The pick is in. Yeah.
Who is it? Ugh. Travion Henderson.
Have we taken
Running
Trayvon Henderson?
Yeah. Bit of a reach in it. Oh, didn't like that. I do not like that.
We did need a running back.
Yeah, but you could have waited for a running back in like 4.
I mean, yes, it's a deep running. It's a deep running back class.
Although, was this guy just chatting shit that I've just saw on Twitter? But Mike Gardy, is that his name?
Mike Giardi. Yeah.
Him.
So we go running back. Unless Vrabel thinks that Diggs, that he doesn't want to upgrade the wide receiver room and that he's happy with just bringing in Diggs.
Actually, I don't know if it is the running back.
It is Trayvon Henderson, it was.
Oh, fuck that. I don't like that pick. Nah. That must mean that Stevenson's not a fucking... no mean stretch of a starter this year. If this guy can... Yeah, he's a pass. That's why they've got him. He's like a James White kind of lad.
Yeah.
And he can fucking block as well. I don't know.
Right. DJ, just hold the fort for a minute for me.
Yep.
I will.
So we got the Bears on the clock now. See the positional needs for the Bears is O-line, defensive line, running back and tight end. Although they did take a tight end yesterday, so trying to see which the next offensive line that they could look at taking. That Trapilio is probably the next one, but it's a bit far down. Name a play out, not Drake Mays. That scares opponents. Will Henderson now is going to make the other teams consider. See you in 30 picks time. You're right. I'm not staying around that long.
So
he's compared to Brees Hall.
Brees Hall. Yeah. Who the Jets are rumoured to
start looking around
to trade. Karl says, right, see you in 30 picks time. Oh, he's going to snooze for a bit, I think. The Chicago pick is in. Chicago's biggest need still is
O-line and D-line.
O-line, D-line, and
they took the tight end yesterday, so
yeah. So Mike Green's still on the board. Donovan Ezaraku's still on the board.
I say that guy might be.
I didn't expect Luther Burden to still be here, I'll be honest.
Or Nick Scruton. Pickers in. Saints are now on the clock. This could be a Sanders pick. Oh, the Bears have got another pick after this one as well. They've got two.
Yeah, two picks time. 2 picks time.
Oh, Bears have gone Burden.
Bears have gone Burden, have they?
Yeah.
That's a best available pick, I guess, because I haven't got them down for needing a wide receiver.
No.
That's interesting. Right, Saints. I think this could be Ezaraku, you know. They need help they need so much across the board, but you know, Donovan Ezaraku would really suit. They do need help up front in the trenches. So linebacker, tackle, offensive line, you know, defensive line. So Ezeraka could be a good shout here.
Yeah.
New Orleans.
Or Mike Green. I don't know. What's the one that we've got 2 picks of? Is it 2 4s?
2 3s next round.
I wonder if we use one of those 3s to climb up into 2 again and get someone.
Possibly yeah. Or it might, put a 3 and a 4 together. Late second, maybe. So that's.
What's he saying?
They've still got 2.5 minutes to pick yet. They haven't picked. It's like I said, they need so much that this could be Shador Sanders. This could be Shador Sanders.
No, just listen to Rappaport. I'm saying that they're not convinced on Shador. But, like, if Carr's going to be out, then yeah. But if they have any doubt that he's going to thingy, they're not going to pick Sanders.
I mean, how far does Sanders? Because if New Orleans don't take him now, Jets at 42. Bears at 41. They're not going to take him. Jets at 42. Doubt it. They've just got Justin Fields. San Francisco at 43. No. Steelers haven't got a second round pick.
Well, we might go third.
Rams at 46, maybe as a backup to Stafford. If he doesn't go now, it could be the Rams at 46. But after that, you're talking, you could be talking a backup role way back in the draft.
Saints took another quarterback.
They've taken a quarterback, but not Sanders.
Not Sanders. Tyler
Shuck.
S-H-O.
It's not spelled. It's not spelled. It's not spelled Shuck, but it's Shuck. Tyler Shuck.
Yeah, he's gone to Saints.
Oh. I like this guy. I know that Karl doesn't like him.
I prefer McCord, but
I know he's an older QB, and he's had his injury problems. But the reason he's coming out of college an older QB is he's been redshirted enough. He's been injured enough that he's been able to pick up redshirt years, and therefore has had more years of eligibility. So he's been climbing the boards steadily. So, but
the thing is with Shador is I think they just don't want all the drama as well behind it with him. Not that he's a good QB, but it's just all the drama with him and his dad. Because, like you say, where does he go now? It's like, do you think Cowboys will have a punt on him? Nah.
No, because they've just taken Milton off us, haven't they, as their backup? Like I said, I think
Rams.
there's a backup role possibly at the Jets. Otherwise, there's a backup role at the Rams.
Well,
They're the next two spots for him.
Bills are on the clock now.
Bills are on the clock.
Yeah. Who do they come up for?
We have a trade. So Chicago have traded with the Bills.
I reckon Bills might go for. They need a cornerback. Who did they pick in round 1? Oh, they got some random fucking player, didn't they?
Did they take him round 1?
Yeah, they took some.
Maxwell Hairston took a corner, went corner.
Cornerback. Yeah, they're not going to go cornerback now.
Right, New Orleans took QB. Right, 41st, 72, and 240. And gave up on 56, 62, and 109. 56, 62, and 109.
I reckon it'll be one of these 3 edges they're going for.
The Bills need defensive line. They do need defensive help. Defensive line, defensive end, and safety. So
I wonder if Jack Sawyer might be a good shout here.
the fact that they took Hairston means they're not taking Johnson. So I think it's Green, Ezeraku, or Scorton, maybe.
Maybe. What about Jack?
Jack's too hard. With Ezeraku and Green on the board and Scorton, why would you take Jack Sawyer? That wouldn't make sense to me.
Because the Bills.
The Bills is the Bills, not the Browns is the Browns.
Yeah, but they took that random cornerback yesterday.
Yeah, but Hairston's not a random.
Yeah, but there was others better than him on the board. Would you not say Amos is better than him? Benjamin
No,
Johnson?
I would say Hairston's
Morrison.
better than Amos.
Revel?
No, I'm happy with Hairston. The Hairston, you know, as if I was a Bills fan, which thankfully I'm not, but if I was a Bills fan, I'd be happy with Hairston that I took yesterday. So, um,
They took TJ Sanders,
ooh,
South Carolina. This
line defensive tackle.
Yeah.
Oh. Mm. Your boy Omar Norman Lott's still on the board.
Yeah. He'll probably go late second, I think.
Well, he's currently the best defensive tackle on the board. It's not my best defensive tackle, mind you, but Burden's got any.
Jets are on the clock. The New York Jets. They need wide receiver and tight end. That Mason lad could go here. Mason Taylor. Or Beck. Beck. That does look like a Jets pick, to be honest.
Wide receiver, tight end, safety.
Jack Beck to me looks like a Jet geezer. Pick us in. San Fran's on the clock. San Fran have got to take one of these three edges, haven't they?
San Francisco need
DL.
who did they take first round?
Mikael Williams, isn't it?
Yeah. So they took defensive end first. Yeah. I mean, if they took Mikael Williams, that rules out Green and Ezaraku. They need cornerbacks. So Trey Amos could be a good shout. Benjamin Morrison. They're the two top players that that San Francisco would need. Still waiting on the Jets pick to come in.
I think it's wide receiver.
see. Who've we got? Come on.
Taking ages.
I know, because it's all about the TV. It's all about the show, isn't it? So.
Imagine the Jets take Sanders. No, they got Fields, haven't they? It's their quarterback.
So I wonder whether Sanders to the Rams at 46 could be the pick.
Mason Taylor, tight end. Fuck.
We've got Mason Taylor. Ooh.
I wanted that lad for us. I think I had him on my book.
That's a good pick, to be fair, for them. They'll somehow fuck it up.
Third, though. I didn't go in the third round.
Yeah, I gave him a third round grade, but I did say he could go. Well,
So I'm Frank on the clock. Zach Ertz, yeah. Looks like a Zach Ertz.
it's the thing with the tight end class. You had the two. Yeah, you had Warren and Loveland that were way above the rest. You then had Taylor and Arroyo, who were the next two, and then after that, they all drop. So.
Pickers in. Dallas are on the clock.
Here come the 49ers with their selection.
Alfred
Collins, defensive tackle.
Oh.
Come on down. That's a good pick. That is a good pick. Played really well. He played really well at Texas this year. He really gave their interior some solidarity, some solidness. But
I'm going to stay till the Rams pick because I want to see what happens and then I'm off.
All right then. So.
See if they get Sanders. Or even Raiders might. I don't know. That's 16. Because they traded down, didn't they?
Yeah, the Raiders have got a pick at 48. But again, the Raiders have got Geno Smith. They traded for Geno Smith. So.
Oh, yeah, it's true. Yeah, they're not going to go quarterback. So, yeah.
This is actually the story of the draft. How far is Shador going to fall? Because
Undrafted.
was having this conversation with Karl last night. You know, he chose to defer his entry into the draft from last year to this year because he wanted to be in a better QB class because otherwise he was going to be probably the last QB selected after those 6 that went last year.
Yeah.
So it did him a huge solid that Drew Allar and Grant Nessmeyer have chose to stay behind for another year. So coming out with just him, Ward, and the other QBs that weren't as good, he had a real chance of possibly going number one QB.
Still got
But
that
he
other
hasn't.
guy, Texas guy, isn't it? He's still there.
Yeah, Quinn Ewers. But
Yeah, I think he fits Rams better than Sanders.
I mean, this is the thing now. How far does Sanders fall? Because, like I said, the Rams at 46 is the next team that I could conceivably see need, possibly taking Sanders as a backup. Other than that, Raiders at 48, maybe.
No, they got Geno.
Yeah, they've got Geno as their starter, but a backup role, yeah. Yeah.
And they got that other lad. Cornell or something like his name is. The Colts are on the clock now.
The Colts just traded.
No,
Oh,
they're on the clock.
Dallas picked.
Yeah.
Pick is in, yeah. Wow. Right, Dallas. Wide receiver, running back, cornerback, linebacker, and defensive line. Again, Mike Green, Ezeraku, Will Johnson, Trey Amos, Nick Scotton. Alec Omanior, maybe. Jack Beth. Jerry got himself some glory hole. And for anyone that doesn't know the story about that,
What?
I'm not being rude. Donovan Ezeraku.
Is that who's picked?
Yeah, the Cowboys have gone with Donovan Ezeraku. Yeah. No, as I was literally about to say, according to Jerry, the point at which you find, because he's an oil man, the point at which you find oil,
yeah,
to an oil man is his glory hole.
Wow.
Because the oil is your glory, and you've drilled the hole.
Oh,
So when he refers to, like he said, he referred to in that famous interview, "Oh, I want me some glory hole." your mind and my mind, as dirty as they may be, go where we think glory hole means, and I'm not going into that. But apparently, as the interview goes, he was referring to the point at which you successfully drill for oil.
Someone. Yeah.
And that is your glory hole.
Well,
either that or he's just a right dirty old man.
probably that.
Yeah. The Colts are on the clock.
It's not like picked, haven't they? Pick is in. The Rams are on the clock now.
Dallas took defensive line. The pick is in. It's an exciting war room there.
They were fucking bored.
Some of them are there just to make the tea.
The woman in the front, yeah, she's fucking psycho.
JT Trumaleo.
Weird.
Defensive end.
Before Nick. I'm like, Michael Green's got some serious problems, I think. For him to be slipping this much.
See, JT's like Braden Swinson and Landon Jackson. He's more of a, yes, he's an edge defender, but really he's more of an outside linebacker than an edge. But
who did Rams pick yesterday, or did they trade out?
They traded out. They traded out for Atlanta to come back in. The Colts
linebacker, QB, O-line.
Yeah, linebacker, cornerback, tight end, wide receiver.
I see Amos here.
Could be Amos. Could be Amos. Could be Benjamin Morrison. Benjamin Morrison would be a very Rams pick. Benjamin Morrison. He'd suit the Rams, I reckon. I reckon he'd be worth a punt.
Or even Beck, because now Cup's gone. Oh, no, didn't they sign Adams? Picks in.
This is the next. This could be Sanders.
Nah.
This could be Sanders in a backup role to the Rams. But when you think about it, not only did Cam Ward go number 1, and not only did Jackson Dart also go in round 1, but Tyler Shutt went ahead
round
of
2 before him.
You know,
He's got to be pissed.
Oh yeah, he will be. And like I said, you look at QB. There's a good chance Jalen Milroe could go before Sanders as
him.
well at this rate.
Yeah.
I mean, I have not been high on Jalen Milroe at all. He was my number 6. He was my number 6 QB this year.
He fits the Browns to me, Milroe, for some reason.
Yeah, I mean the Browns aren't picking now again till 67 till the 3rd round. So I suppose they could take a QB with that pick. It's not that far behind. Well, we'll have to. This could be interesting. Do LA stop the Sanders slide, or does he keep falling?
I keep falling, I think.
You reckon?
Yeah, I think they're going to go cornerback here. So our next 2 picks has to be edge and wide receiver, I think, for the Patriots.
I won another $5. That Tyler Shutt getting drafted before Jalen Milroe, that got me a $5. If Cleveland drafts Shador, it gets me a $5. If New Orleans drafts Shador, it gets me a $10. And if Rams draft him now, it gets me fuck all. But the Rams are taking Terrence Ferguson.
Wow.
Tight end.
That's nice.
I didn't think he'd go this high. I thought he'd be available in the third round, to be honest.
Yeah.
That's quite a surprise. They did need tight end, mind you. Arizona, they need guard.
Picks in.
They need guard, they need wide receiver, they need edge, they need defensive tackle, and they need a corner. Surely the corner, surely Amos, Benjamin Morrison, or Will Johnson. Surely. One of these corners.
Right, I'm off.
You're off, are you?
Yeah.
Oh,
Got to be up in 3 hours.
You going anywhere nice?
4 hours. Going to Tarifa. Do you know where that is?
No.
No,
I could pretend I do, but no.
So it's half an hour down into Spain, going camping.
Oh, nice.
Because it's bank holiday Monday here in Jib.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Oh, picked in.
Oh.
Will Johnson. He's gone.
Will Johnson, there you go.
Wow. They took a risk on him.
Yeah, but someone had to at some point.
Even if it doesn't start this year or does half a season or whatever.
Oh.
Is that the last Michigan man? Except for that running back. That's never going to go, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, certainly the last Michigan man I had on my board, yeah.
Ah, there's more on there.
And the Houston are on the clock. Have they traded with the Raiders?
Huh?
Or did I get the trade wrong?
Raiders are on the clock.
No, Houston are on the clock.
Are they? Oh,
There's
yeah.
been a trade.
They've just traded, yeah.
There has been a trade.
I always find Texans are aggressive in drafts. And they've already picked. Okay, no, that was quick.
Need to get the trade details.
I wonder if they've come up to get.
Houston's needs right now: offensive line, defensive line, cornerback, and safety.
Could be Nick, Mike.
Ursery. This could be Ursery. Because they haven't picked a tackle, have they?
Or that Trapilo.
Who did they pick earlier in the round? Jaden Higgins. Yeah. This could be Ursery. Gives me trade details. Right. Houston get 48, 58 and 99. 58 and 99. They're waiting for who Houston have taken. Oh, that's not bad. Raiders dropped 10 places and picked up a third rounder, a late third rounder as well.
Right.
That's not bad. That's
good deal.
That's not bad. So Houston. I wonder whether this is Ursery, because you got to look why they've moved up. If they picked where they were at 58, there's a couple of teams in front of them that needed offensive line help. The other option is D-line. I said, Mike Green's still there. Nick Scorton's still there. Norman Lott's still there. Amanio, I expected him to have gone by now. Jack Bess, I expected him to be gone by now.
I want to see the Texans get.
And then they see that the Texans will pick, and then there'll be another trade, and you're like, oh well, I'll just see who this is, and
Unless the Patriots decide to come up now.
You go to bed, and 5 minutes after you go to bed, the Patriots will come up.
Trade. Yeah. Typical.
Come on, Texans. Look at that. Shador Sanders and Daniel Jeremiah's best available. Shador Sanders, number 20. Mike Green, number 21. And then Amos all the way to 42. Told you, Arion Ursary.
Yeah.
Houston have taken what I suspected they would do. They obviously weren't. They thought they didn't think they could wait any longer.
Yeah.
The two guys, according to Jeremiah's board, the two guys that have, Mike Green and Shador Sanders. Everyone else, they're both 20s. They're both early 20s. Everybody else is in the 40s or lower. That's how far these guys are dropping.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right. Okay. I'm out.
Oh.
Don't stay on too long.
Well, we'll see how we go on. We'll work out. I'll see the second round out, I think, and we'll see if any of the people that I've invited on turn up. Bengals pick is in already. Are you staying for the Bengals pick? The Bengals pick's in. Are you staying?
No, I don't care shit about Bengals.
Okay. Have a good weekend.
Right.
Have a nice bank holiday weekend, and I'll catch you later.
All right. See you later.
And then there was one. Just me. Just me left. If all 17 viewers decide to go, I won't take it personally. Right. The Cincinnati Bengals have made their selection. They have selected Demetrius Knight Jr. out of South Carolina. That is that one. The Seattle Seahawks are now on the clock. And we will see where this goes. So the Seattle Seahawks are on the clock. That means there has been a trade, it looks like, because I did have Tennessee down, unless the trade details DJ gave me were wrong. But so Bengals took Shamar Stewart in the first round and have now added Demetrius Knight. That's a mean defense. Shamar Stewart, Trey Hendrickson, Logan Wilson, Demetrius Knight, and Cam Bennett. They needed defensive help, the Bengals. So Seattle's pick is in. Thing is, with teams only having less minutes to pick, it's a bit. We will wait on the Seattle Seahawks pick. What does Seattle need? Seattle need wide receiver, cornerback, and defensive line. So Mike Green, Nick Scotton, they're the edge. Trey Amos and Benjamin Morrison, they're the corners. Wide receiver, you've got Emmanuel and Jack Best. They're the top guys at those positions that Seattle are needing. It's wait and see. The slide for Shedeur Sanders continues. I don't know where Shedeur Sanders is going to land now. Denver, no. Tennessee, no. Tampa, no. Green Bay, no. Chargers, no. Chicago, no. Panthers, maybe, but they need defensive help. Back to the Raiders at 58, maybe. Otherwise, it's third round job. Unless someone comes up for him. The Sanders slide continues. Oh. So if Seattle choose to go with defensive line, then the edge is where they probably look at, which is Mike Green or Nick Scotton. If they go corner, you're talking Trey Amos or Benjamin Morrison. Wide receiver, it's Besh or Emmanuel. And knowing my luck, they will take none of those 6 and they will take somebody else. We will see. We are waiting on the pick. The possibility of Jalen Milroe going before Shedeur Sanders is very high. Oh, and it was nobody that I suggested. The Seattle Seahawks have gone tight end. They have gone for Elijah Arroyo, tight end from Miami. And I didn't have the Seattle Seahawks needing a tight end. So, again, shows how much I'm on the Panthers are on the clock, so they must have traded with Denver because Denver were supposed to be on the clock. So there has been a trade. So I will wait and give you those trade details when they come in. Carolina have just over 5.5 minutes to make their pick. So the Seahawks in this draft took Gray Zabel in the first round at 18. They took Nicky Mamori at 35, and they have just taken Elijah Arroyo at 50. So we do have. I'm just waiting on these trade details for Carolina and Denver. Carolina was sitting at 57. Denver were at 51. So Carolina have come up 6 spots. Late third round, early fourth round, maybe. The Carolina pick is in. I'll give you that momentarily. They have taken Nick Scorton. I'm just waiting on the trade details for it. But the Carolina Panthers have selected Nick Scorton, a defensive end. That is probably their number one need of the draft. They chose to go offense in round 1 with Tetmac rather than defense, which we all suspected. I'm just trying to ascertain the details of the trade. Let's see. Tennessee have taken Orodejo. So the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are now on the clock. Tampa's needs are linebacker, corner, defensive end, safety, and offensive line. Who did Tampa take round one? I had it up momentarily. A minute ago. So Tampa Bay in round one took Emil Mbuka. They went wide receiver in round one, which I didn't have them down taking. So their biggest need I had linebacker, cornerback, and defensive end. Cornerback Trey Amos, cornerback Benjamin Morrison, line edge defender Landon Jackson, wide receiver Jack Besh. Your linebackers, you're dropping significantly in quality. Your highest linebacker is Chris Paul Jr. at ranked 83. So that's 30 spots lower than where we are now. It's probably a little high at the moment to draft the man, but so Mike Green, Trey Amos, and Xavier Watts are the only, and Shedeur Sanders, 4. They are the only 4 remaining players that I had first round grades on. And we are now at pick 53. So given we're 20 picks into the second round and there's 4 people with a first round grade still on the board, I probably overrated certainly Xavier Watts, but I think everyone else had the likes of Shedeur Sanders, Mike Green, and Trey Amos as possible for first rounders. So I'm not too worried about that. Xavier Watts, home pick. Being a fighting Irish, probably went a bit high on him, but so still waiting on hearing who the Tampa Bay pick is. The pick is in. Green Bay are on the clock. The home team, if you like. Supposedly, some 250,000 people attended the first round yesterday in Green Bay. I didn't think Green Bay could fit 250,000 people in it. Benjamin Morrison, come on down, fighting Irish. You have been selected. Tampa Bay go with corner, and they go with Benjamin Morrison. Now, Benjamin Morrison suffered a hip injury in week 4 of this college season. He missed the rest of the season. He missed the Notre Dame run to the playoff final, where they were beaten by Ohio State, unfortunately. So he until then he had a great, played well for Notre Dame in the first 4 games of this season. Had a great last season. Key piece of the Fighting Irish defense. So, Tampa have certainly picked up a good guy there. Yeah. Apparently, he did have a workout this week. Show he was fit. The Green Bay pick is in. We're just waiting on finding out who it is. Yeah, he did a workout this week. Show people how fit he was. So Green Bay's needs are wide receiver, edge, and corner. Now, they took their wide receiver last night, breaking the duck of not taking a wide receiver in the first round since however long it was. So Green Bay's top need is cornerback, defensive end, and defensive line. Well, straight away there, you've got Trey Amos, cornerback, and Mike Green, edge. They are the top 2 on the board. Mike Green, as I discussed with DJ in the earlier part of tonight, and I discussed with Karl yesterday, Mike Green has got some issues away from the game that have no doubt affected his stock. And Trey Amos, as I said, a lot of people gave him a first round grade. Yeah. And that, there we go. Anthony Belton. Wow. Anthony Belton, one of the biggest guys in the draft. This guy is an absolute monster. He is 6'6", 335 pounds out of NC State. This guy is an absolute monster. That's quite a reach. Where is he on this board? Anthony Belton, North Carolina State. Number 98, and we are picking at 54. Wow. That's a reach in itself. He's got length, he's got power, he's explosive for a big lad. He really is. Probably liken it to me playing when I was playing left tackle. But yeah, well done, North Carolina Wolfpack, for getting your man selected this high. He got taken ahead of Charles Grant ahead of Cameron Williams. What other tackles are still on the board? Ozzy Trapillo, Marcus Bowe. Wow. That's quite a reach, I think. Chargers are on the clock. Their pick is in already. They have selected Trey Harris, 6'2", 205 pounds, wide receiver out of Ole Miss. Had a great first start to the season. Had a good year last year as well. Tailed off at the end of this season just gone. There are certainly some wide receivers ahead of him that I expected to get taken before him. Chicago are now on the clock. Is Trey Harris a gym guy? Well, yeah, he's certainly a weapon for Justin Herbert, with Lad McConkey there as well, which me and Karl both say the Patriots should have taken Lad McConkey last year. And he was there when we were on the clock, and we traded out, and we traded with Chargers to let them take him. So Justin Herbert's got Amarian Hampton in the backfield alongside Najee Harris. He's got Lad McConkey, and he's now got Trey Harris to help him as a weapon. So the Chargers are certainly rolling. Harris may not be a Michigan guy, but he is a Jim Harbaugh guy now. The Bears pick is in. We are rolling fast now. As the picks start coming in thick and fast towards the end of the second round. And the TV goes to an ad break. So I had the Chargers down for their biggest need being tight end. They haven't addressed that tight end yet. Right, let's talk over my shoulder here. This little green square here, right at the top of the QB chart. That is Shedeur Sanders. We are now in the final 9 picks. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 picks. We are in the last 9 picks of round 2. Shedeur Sanders is still on the board, and there's not really a team that I can see that would need QB. Carolina they need defense more than anything. Vegas, they've got Geno Smith. Ravens have got Lamar Jackson. Lions have got Goff. Jaden Daniels at Washington. Caleb, what's his face at Chicago? Williams. Some Patrick Mahomes guy at Kansas City, and then Jalen Hurts at Philly. So this could be Shedeur Sanders falling out of round 2. There's no need for anybody to come up to trade him. The Giants could get him in round 3, right at the beginning of round 3. That could well be his spot. But the Giants have already picked up Russell Wilson and Jameis Wilson for the QBs this year. So is Sanders going to sit there as a third? I doubt that very much. That's not going to go down well, is it? So as we wait for Chicago's pick to pick to come in. Yeah. So Chicago needs still. This is their third. This is their third pick, I think. Offensive line help, defensive line help, and running back help. Omar Norman Lott, defensive interior, it could be. You've got this Mike Green fall now. Oh, the Lions are Lions untraded. 2nd and 7 for 2nd and 4. The Chicago Bears have not finished better than 500 since 2018. And it's very hard to finish 500 now, given that you have... Oh... Burn it down, Seth Rollins. Surprised you're on a stage without Paul Heyman there. Ooh. Don't get me started on what happened at WrestleMania. Oh. But that's a whole different thing. Wow. Don't watch wrestling, it's fine. There's a guy on the stage who's a wrestler. Oh. You know what? People say to me that the wrestling's fake. Yeah, it is fake, but it's no worse than watching Coronation Street. And if Coronation Street can pull in millions and millions and millions of viewers every week, then you know what? So can a sports soap. So to me, wrestling is just like a sports soap. It's fine. But yeah. Right. The Chicago Bears have picked Ozzy Trapillo out of Boston College. 6'8", 316 pounds. He is a tackle. So that allows Chicago to reinforce their offensive line. Tackle is indeed covered. And I've got to find him on the list now. There he is. Ozzy Trapillo did his 40-yard dash in 5.21 seconds. Not bad for a 316-pound, 6'8" man. You know, fair play to him. So the Detroit Lions are on the clock. Their pitch is in. So the Detroit Lions take Routledge, guard. And the Raiders have taken Jack Betch. I'm obviously on quite a significant delay now. I've obviously slipped into a delay and not even noticed. So the Lions take a guard, which was their second need, and the Raiders take a wide receiver, which was their second need. So we roll with Baltimore are on the clock. It's obviously a significant delay now. Where was it going to go? There we go. I had Tate Routledge reaching day 3, so I didn't have him being taken this high. We will see. According to ESPN, Raiders are on the clock. According to PFF, Raiders have already made their selection and are taking Jack Bech. So I'm kind of lost as to where I am. Yeah. NFL Network on Sky are talking about the Lions' pick of Tate Routledge. PFF are telling me that the Raiders have taken Jack Bech. ESPN are telling me that the pick is in, but haven't yet told me it's Jack Bech. So I'm kind of lost as to whether I'm really far behind or a little bit behind or what. But we'll rock and roll with it. We'll continue. I'm on my own, so there's not a lot I can do. So the Lions took Trent Williams at number 28. They've now taken Tate Routledge at 57. I will no doubt speak to Fletch at some point. He's probably in the Discord. He's probably on the Discord server somewhere, having a chat with somebody. Yeah. I'm very surprised now if this is not Jack Bech, even though PFF have been saying it is Jack Bech. So, ESPN have finally caught up. Jack Bech, TCU. Jack Bech is a bit of context. Jack Bech's brother, unfortunately, was very sad. Jack Bech's brother was a victim of the terrorist attack in New Orleans in the New Year time. His brother was in New Orleans to watch the college football game. And, you know, Jack Bech has said that he will drive his career with his brother inside, in his soul and what have you. So, that. Yeah, it's very sad, but right, move on. Baltimore Ravens are on the clock. I don't have a pick for them yet. 5 minutes to go. Baltimore need offensive line, cornerback, defensive line, and a defensive end. Mike Green is edge defender, still on the board. Trey Amos, cornerback, still on the board. They took Malachi Starks in the first round. They took a safety. So they dealt with defensive back in the first. In the first round, they need defensive help, really. Cornerback, defensive line, defensive edge, safety. They picked up first round. Trey Amos sitting there on the board. That's so just touching back on the Raiders. Geno Smith, QB, Aston Gentry, running back, Raheem Mostert, running back, Jack Bech, wide receiver, and Brooks, wide receiver. So, I love seeing Pete Carroll in a war room again. The pick is in for Baltimore. This could be Trey Amos. This could be Trey Amos. We just waiting on the pick to come in from Baltimore. Looking further on after Baltimore, the pick is obviously in. Denver are now on the clock. Denver need running back, wide receiver, tight end, and defensive line. They took a corner with their earlier pick. Coming to the end of the second round now, with only a few teams still to pick. Denver in the first round took Jahdae Barron. When people didn't expect them to. We are on a TV delay because of adverts, and obviously every pick has to wait for the TV because that is the show. You know, the NFL tell you that all these players are lucky to be. It's a great thing and what have you, but these kids don't get a choice really. They get told where they're going and that's it. So I'm not Mike Florio. I'm not going to say how un-American it is. You know, you do what you know, the draft is one of my favorite things. So, we are waiting and we are waiting. So when a pick's made, the team obviously making the pick notify the NFL, and the NFL immediately notify the TV, which is their own network, and ESPN. They also notify the team who are next on the clock who's been picked, so that they know that they can't pick them because their time starts. And yeah, so I love the fact that the draft's moving around now and going to all different places and not stuck in Radio City Music Hall in New York. So we are still waiting to find out who Baltimore have picked. Yeah. Shador Sanders, QB number 2. Will Howard, QB number 5. They are the QBs available. I had Will Howard at number 7 and Shador Sanders at number 2. So the Baltimore pick is about to be announced. Mike Green, you have finally been selected. And Baltimore select defensive end. Mike Green, I know I'm not listening to anybody, but it feels weird with that there. So I'll put that back on. Right, Mike Green has been selected finally. Denver are on the clock. He just dropped his phone. Mike Green's in tears. This guy, Mike Green, this guy out of Marshall, he is 6'3", 251 pounds. He has got an awesome speed to power ratio. Absolutely fantastic. A Marshall man, you know, it's common on the college football podcast. We talk about it. Not everybody, you can only play who's in front of you. But there was clips there on the TV of when Mike Green just at the Senior Bowl just ran over the tackle, and that was quite. I'm trying to remember. Was it? I think it might have been Josh Connolly. I think. Just literally ran over him. Yeah, the Denver pick is in. Still waiting on finding out who that is. Denver need running back, wide receiver, tight end, and defensive line. I think defensive. Harold Fanning Jr. is probably a little. It's a little low to get him now, but they've got. If defensive line, they've got Omar Norman Lotz there. Wide receiver, they've got Amanios there. Running back, Cam Scatbo is probably, and Dylan Sampson, Caleb Johnson there, your running backs. RJ Harvey. I did not expect this guy to go this high. Wow. I had him down for one of the Patriots' third round selections. There you go. Teams value players very. You see, RJ Harvey, fourth running back on the PFF board, currently available. Judkins and Henderson have both went at the beginning of the round. The guy's got great production. So Central Florida, I believe. So the Washington Commanders are on the clock. Their needs are defensive end, cornerback, and wide receiver. Trey Amos City. Surely it's got to be Trey Amos. The pick is in already. It's got to be Trey Amos. Surely. I would be surprised if a team that needs a corner walk past Trey Amos. Washington do need a wide receiver as well, so it's whether you select Amani or Amos. But there you go, Trey Amos, Ole Miss. That's a good pick. That's also another one of the first round graders gone. Mike Green's gone. Trey Amos gone. Chicago Bears are on the clock. Yet another pick. It seems like Chicago Bears are just constantly on the clock right now. I think what we're probably going to do, or what I'm probably going to do, is call it a night after the end of this round. So we've got Chicago picking, we've got Kansas City to come, and we've got Philadelphia to come. I will probably call it then. I'll leave you all be. You don't need to hear me waffle on my own all night. Yeah. So we will see. They took Josh Connolly. Commanders took Josh Connolly at number 29 out of Oregon. They've now taken Trey Amos at 61 out of Ole Miss. The Bears' pick is in. The New York Giants will start the third round. I wonder whether that's where Shedeur Sanders is finally going to go. But like I said earlier, you know, they already have Jameis Winston and Russell Wilson. Now, Russell Wilson's only costing them, I think, 10 million this year. Jameis Winston's something bit less than that, 6, 7, I think, something like that. So 17 million for 2 QBs. You can certainly afford to spend a draft pick on a third. Yeah, so we're just waiting on the TV before they reveal who Chicago have picked. The Kansas City Chiefs are up after that. Yeah. We are waiting to see. So just again, Chicago's needs. Defensive line, running back, and safety. This is their third pick already. They've taken tight end and they've taken offensive line. They need a safety. Kevin Winston Jr. is on the board. He is best available. But he's spent the whole year injured. Xavier Watts of the Fighting Irish is the second safety still on the board. Kevin Winston's ranked number 33. Xavier Watts is ranked number 36. We are currently picking at 62. So effectively, you know, these guys are have near enough dropped twice. In the case of, you know, Kevin Winston, he's almost dropped twice. Xavier Watts is a few picks off dropping twice, but yeah, so it could be safety, in which case I would expect it to be Winston or Xavier Watts. If it's not safety, then defensive line or running back. Your top defensive line is Norman Lott out of Tennessee. And your top running back available is Cam Scatbo. Oh, Chicago with Cam Scatbo. Oh, that is mean. That's mean. Shedeur Sanders 20, Landon Jackson 43, Darius Alexander 48, Jalen Noel 50. They are the top picks on Daniel Jeremiah's top 200, I think it was. You know, there was the big thing about giving Ben Johnson there was the big thing about giving Ben Johnson the Ashton Gentry, and would he take Ashton Gentry? But Shamar Turner, defensive tackle, Texas A&M, the Aggies. Yeah, interior defensive help for Chicago. Shamar Turner, 6'3", 290 pounds. Part of that massive defensive unit with Shamar Stewart and Nick Scotton. He's huge, powerful guy. big shoulders. Really set. Scorton and Shamar Stewart on the edge really did allow Shamar Turner to attack through the middle. Rank number 78 on PFF. There are 3 defensive interiors ahead of him: Omar Norman Lott, Darius Alexander, and CJ West. But can't fault the Bears for taking him. So the Bears have taken Loveland, Burden, Ozzie Trapio, and now Shamar Turner. They have certainly done well this draft. The Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock. They have made their pick. The Kansas City Chiefs select Omar Norman Lott, defensive tackle out of Tennessee, 291 pounds. This guy, how do the Chiefs do this? I'm so glad they didn't three-peat, but they sit there, they trade back, they get a 5th, and they pick up probably, in my opinion, the best tackle in the draft with Josh Simmons. And then they pick up Oscar Norman Lott as well. Now, he's a little, Oscar Norman Lott, he's a little small. He's certainly one of the smaller defensive tackles, but he's quick, especially bursting through the middle. The Super Bowl champions, Philadelphia Eagles, are on the clock. They safety, cornerback, defensive edge, and offensive line. Their defense has been decimated in free agency. They lost a lot of pieces. Looking at who's available, again, you got 2 safeties high up. Siobhan Revel, corner. Landon Jackson, defense edge. So, it could be any of them. And that will see us to the end of round 2. And that's where I will leave you. So, GC Squared Electrical Solutions, happy with the Patriots picks. I'm happy with their first round pick of Will Campbell. Delighted. I would have loved, I would have loved to pick up Jaden Higgins in the 2nd, but unfortunately, the Texans beat us to him. So, But Trayvon Henderson is, a good running back. He's a good pick. So, we will. So that is. I'm not too bothered with the fact that. I'm not too bothered with the fact that they took Trayvon Henderson. They could have taken an edge. Ultimately, I think if I refer back to certainly on this podcast this last week when we did our mock drafts, if you looked, a lot of people, I think all of us, went with tackle, wide receiver, running back, and edge, or in Joe's case, wide receiver, tackle. They are the 4 positions that we knew, as Patriot fans, we knew the team needed. The fact is, of those 4, we've picked twice and we've picked 2 of them. So, regardless of what order it's done in, it's finding the right kind of fit. I'm not going to question Mike Vrabel. He scares me. I've been in a news conference with Mike Vrabel. He chose not to answer my question. So, That's a story. That's a story for another day. I might even tell it after Philadelphia have picked. Yeah. So that is where we are. Ultimately, we've got 2 picks in this next coming third round. I would like to see the Patriots pick a edge defender and a wide receiver, or a wide receiver and an edge defender, however you want to choose to do it. So Brandon Graham's about to announce the Philadelphia Eagles pick. And I can tell you that the Philadelphia Eagles have selected safety Andrew McCuba out of Texas, the Longhorns. Andrew McCuba. Oh, he's gone before Xavier Watts. Wow. That's a shock. Yeah. Decent part of Texas. Bo Allen, defensive tackle, is on making the Eagles presentation. The New York Giants are on the clock. Round 3 hasn't started yet. They will be the next pick. That's where I will leave you. I've done enough waffling. The reason Andrew McCuba has dropped this low is really his inconsistency. He's a small safety. Is he too small for the NFL? Don't know. I asked that question in the pod earlier this week. Is he too small for the NFL? I guess we'll find out. But the Eagles picked Jihad Campbell at 31 as a linebacker. They've now picked Andrew McCuba at 64. The fact is they needed, like I said, they needed defensive cover after being decimated. New York Giants start round 3. I'm not gonna hang around. I might just hang around for this pick just to see if it's Shedeur Sanders, because that man is sliding fast. Yeah, the pick is in for the Giants. So yeah, the story with Mike Vrabel. A couple of years ago now, I went to the Tennessee Titans versus I believe might have been the Baltimore Ravens, I think, at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, and I was on media duty. So after the game was liaising with one of the other press guys, and Andrew Davies, funnily enough, and he said he wanted to go to the Baltimore Ravens press conference after the game, and I said, "Well, okay, I'll go to the Tennessee Titans one, and maybe we'll swap notes." So that's what we did. So I trotted off to the Tennessee Titans press conference, and sat there, listened, and recorded the press conference. And all the American press guys, they got in their questions. It was very hard to get noted. I put my hand up. He chose some. The press person chose somebody else. I wasn't very central in the room. I was off towards the side. And in all fairness to them, they said, right, last question. And they picked someone that wasn't me. I was miffed that I hadn't had a chance to ask my question. So the person asked this question. Mike Vrabel answered it, and just as he was walking off stage, I shouted my question. And it wasn't, didn't mean anything by it or anything, and I just made the point that the Tennessee Titans had chosen to arrive late in the week to London, and I think at the time it was 7 out of, including the Titans, that was 7 out of 9 teams that had arrived late had lost. And so I just asked the question, did he regret arriving late? But he walked off stage and he didn't answer the question. I got a bit narky about it, and I put on Twitter about it that I was a bit narky, and somebody saw it that didn't like it and reported it, and anyway, so that's the story. That's that. Right. The New York Giants do not select Shedeur Sanders. They have gone with Darius Alexander, defensive tackle out of Toledo. So all the defensive ends have gone. All the defensive tackles have gone. And Shedeur Sanders still sits there at the top of the board. The Chiefs have made a trade. Well, no, it was part of the previous trade. I said I wasn't going to stay on, and I'm still on. Aston Gillott, edge defender out of Louisville. I liked this guy earlier on this season. Come when I started doing my tape review stuff at Christmas time, as the college season sort of transitioned from main season to playoffs, that's when I started really putting in the hours for here, because that was when I had time to do it. I liked Aston Gillott. I thought he was a good fit for the Patriots. He's gone over. I mean, he was ranked number whatever that was, 90 something, 97, I think it was. Whatever. He's gone ahead of Jack Sawyer, ahead of Kyle Kennard, ahead of Jaya Stewart, ahead of Princely Malalinian. I'm sorry, I butchered that last week as well. Braden Swinston and Landon Jackson. That I'm not surprised Aston Gillott has gone, because he's talented. I am surprised he's gone this early ahead of some of the other guys that have gone. Kansas City Chiefs needed defensive edge. They've just taken that. Right, the Cleveland Browns are on the clock. Is this Shedeur Sanders? Top of the 3rd round. Is this Shedeur Sanders? It has to be, surely. I mean, I don't know. Offensive, they do need offensive line. So, if they're going to tackle Marcus Bowe and Marcus Bowe, Cameron Williams, Wyatt Millam, who I think is kind of like a guard, really, are still on the board or in play. Interior offensive line, centre Jared Wilson's on the board. LSU's Miles Fraser and Georgia's Dylan Fairchild, they are guards, but I wouldn't expect them to be taken now. Shedeur Sanders is. This is if he doesn't get picked now, you are talking the Saints at 71, possibly. I mean, if he didn't get picked now and he gets picked by the Saints, that'll make me some money, I think. But surely it's Sanders now. Look at that board. That is. There's a couple. There's just Xavier Watts, who's the only other guy with a round 1 grade as we enter round 3. But I would have given Kevin Winston I'd have probably given Kevin Winston a 2nd round grade, but yeah, I mean, we will see. Schedule release day, Wednesday the 14th of May. Kind of looking forward to the LA Chargers release. I love the LA Chargers. Whoa! The Cleveland Browns select Harold Fanning Jr., bowling green tight end. That is your man gone. And Shedeur Sanders continues to fall. Wow. I didn't even have Cleveland taking a tight end either, so there you go. Yeah, Harold Fanning Jr. He's another one. I didn't think he was going to go this high. Ranked number 102 at PFF. But so be it. He's gone. The Raiders are on the clock. Best available still Shavon Revel Jr. corner. Best fit Kevin Winston Jr. safety. So that's Vegas. Shedeur Sanders continues to fall. Yeah, we are not far off the Patriots pick. The Patriots pick next after the Raiders, so I'm certainly hanging around for that. And the Patriots have actually got two because they've got another one, sort of 8 picks later. So I don't know, maybe you got me a bit longer. The Raiders pick is in. So we will see how they go. I've been running for 2 hours and 45 minutes. Let's rock and roll. Darian Porter, cornerback out of Iowa State. I had him down. This is the thing now. We're in the 3rd round. I had him maybe available at the beginning of the 4th. So I can't knock the Raiders for taking that. That's behind Shavon Revel, he is the next one on the board. I had Thomas out of Florida State rated slightly higher than Porter, but I don't know. I'm an R maybe. So the Patriots are on the clock. We need a wide receiver. We need an edge, and we need a safety. They are our 3 there are three big needs really left. Two of them we need to pick in this round. I think it has to be a wide receiver, given the wide receivers available. Elika Manior, Jalen Royals, Kyle Williams, Xavier Restrepo, and Jalen Knoll. Now, Jalen Knoll out of Iowa State, he, I think, is the best fit. He's probably the best, and he's part of the Jaden Higgins. He comes out of the same university as Jaden Higgins came out of. Of all those, I think Jalen Knoll's probably a slightly better fit than anybody else, but we could go edge ultimately. Edge defender and safety. I think there are top needs. Kevin Winston Jr., Elika Manior, Xavier Watts, Landon Jackson. They're all high on the boards of what we need. But I really think we need to take a wide receiver. John Cena, 17-time WWE World Champion. And an old man now. Heel. Turned heel. Bad guy. Yeah. The pick is in for the Patriots. We are waiting on its announcement. Oh, Idris Elba. Kyle Williams, wide receiver out of Washington State. Wow. So, yeah. I don't know how I feel about this one. I'll be honest. I might have to sleep on it. Initial reaction, we need a wide receiver, so yeah, great. He has been on a few of my mock drafts. You know, like I said, I'm not gonna get on Mike Vrabel for the selection, just because we needed a wide receiver. We are adding some juice, Kieran says. Hey, Kieran, you're awake watching this. Get your ass on here now. Right, I'll even tweet that. Yeah. So, the Detroit Lions are picking. For some reason, I had Jacksonville to pick. So, has there been a trade that I've missed? Possibly. The Lions are about to pick. Their pick is being announced by cornerback Terrion Arnold. Isaac Teixeira from Arkansas. Right, okay. Wide receiver. Okay. There are other wide receivers on the board. Rank number 111 on the PFF board. Davion Williams, Jalen Knoll, Xavier Shepard, Jalen Royals, and Elika Manior all ahead of him. 6'3", 214 pounds. Not even going to try and convert that to kilos and stone and everything else, because I can't be bothered, is the honest answer. and it's also 2:45 in the morning, and my brain's not working properly. Yeah. New Orleans Saints are on the clock. So the Lions traded. Lions got 7182, and Jacksonville got a lot of future picks for that. Yeah. Oh. That left the screen quicker than I could read it. Well, we'll let the thing update itself. So the Saints picked defensive tackle Vernon Broughton. I assume it's Brereton. It could be Brereton, but I'm assuming it's. I would say Broughton, but it could be Brereton, depending on how he wants to pronounce it. Texas Longhorn. I'm not even going to pretend I knew much about him. Alfred Collins was the tackle out of Texas that I knew more about. Again, if I had Sam available to me, like I do on the college pod, he knows what he's a Texas boy, so he knows what's going on. Yeah, so the TV and ESPN haven't announced that it's the Saints pick yet, but according to the mock draft simulator, which gets updated, it's Vernon Broughton. So the Bills are on the clock, basically. Bills need wide receiver, edge, and safety. Detroit took wide receiver. New England took wide receiver. New Orleans took defensive interior. And still Sanders continues to fall. Now I said that maybe that the Saints was probably in the next chance for him to be taken. It's not. Justin Fields back up at the Jets. If he wants to back up Justin Fields, that's number. They're coming up in 2 picks time or 1 pick time after Buffalo. Yeah, I mean this is the story of the entire draft. Not just tonight, not just things. Shedeur Sanders and how far this guy is falling is. I'm being distracted now. Oh. That's very funny, Miss Ortiz. Very funny. So funny. I'm going to pass that on. And I'm even going to fob it off as my own work. Yeah. So we are well into the night. I'd love to fill these silences with something, but I'm running out of things to say. Yeah. So looking at the board, QB wise, Jalen Milroe, he was invited to night 1 and he's still sat there. Dylan Sampson, Cam Scatbo, Caleb Johnson, all running backs that you would expect to go pretty soon. Marcus Bowe, tackle, I didn't expect him to go till possibly tonight, late tonight, early tomorrow. But he is the last of the tackles. He is the 7th tackle I had on my board. Two decent corners, 2 decent safeties, a decent linebacker. Elliot Emmanuel, wide receiver, he's still... Landon Jackson, Buffalo Bills. Edge defender. Yeah, so I'll put that on there. He's someone I would have had at the Patriots. Had the Patriots picked an edge earlier on rather than if they picked Landon Jackson instead of Kyle Williams a few picks ago, I'd have taken that. Yeah, so the Jets are on the clock. I'd probably, the fact that he's gone to the Bills inside our division is annoying, but I'd have probably, if I'm honest, I'd have maybe taken Landon Jackson ahead of Kyle Williams. If I knew that Kyle Williams was going to be the pick, I'd have said I'd maybe take Landon Jackson first. And then taking Kyle Williams at 77. But there's no guarantee that Kyle Williams would have been there. And if the Patriots see Kyle Williams as a fit, then yeah. So the Jets have picked. The Jets have picked Isaiah Thomas out of Florida State. And he is there. So only Shavon Revel is still on the board as there's one of the top 7 cornerbacks on my board. He spent the whole year injured, so I assume that's why he's been dropping. I think he's got the same problem that Will Johnson had. Now, when you think that Will Johnson was touted to go maybe top 10, certainly top 20, and he didn't go till it was in the second round, wasn't it? Find the pick now. Yeah, Will Johnson went number 47 to Arizona, and he was expected to certainly go top 20. Shavon Revel's rated 44, and we are at 74. He was at, the Jets just drafted at 73. So, the drop is real, but it's injury related. It's not like Shador Sanders. The Denver pick is in. Still waiting to find out who it is. Denver need running back, wide receiver, tight end, and defensive line. San Francisco will be picking after Denver. Yeah. Well, we are we're on an ad break on the TV, so everything stops. Everything has a wait because it's all about the show. Yeah, so let's touch on Shavon Weddle and Kevin Princeton Jr. are the two guys who are still on my board who have been injured for the whole year. They are both still available for selection. Injuries are real in this game. That's a fact. Josh Simmons, best tackle on the board, managed to go all the way down to the end of the first round to the Kansas City Chiefs. Wankers. Fucking wankers. How they let that happen, I don't know. Will Johnson, probably from top 15, top 20, all the way down to the 40s. Injuries are real. You pick up an injury in your final year at college. Look at Notre Dame. Riley Mills, Howard Cross, Jack Kaiser, all absolute masters this year, played huge parts in Notre Dame getting to the college playoff final. Jack Kaiser, Benjamin Morrison got injured early, yes, but all the other guys picked up injuries very late in the season or into the playoffs. In the case of Howard Cross and Riley Mills, they will miss the entire season or almost the entire season of this coming year. So if I expect them both to be undrafted and then picked up as free agents and then effectively redshirted, put on IR. You might find teams like, say, the Eagles, who have lots of late picks. They could probably not so much waste, but they could pick players who are they can afford to pick injured players and not worry about the fact that they're injured. They can just put them on IR and stockpile them. And they're almost like getting extra players for next year. Right, Denver's pick is in. We are talking Pat Bryant, wide receiver out of Illinois. That's ranked 158 on the PFF board. So I'm not going to pretend I know a lot about him. Given the amount of wide receivers ahead of him, that's a surprise pick in who it is more than... yes, Denver needed a wide receiver, and Sean Payton does have his own style, but given that Stavon Williams, Jalen Knowles, Xavier Shepard, Jalen Royals, Alec Amaneor, all ahead of him, the not the fact they've taken a wide receiver, but who they've taken is a surprise. The 49ers are on the clock. The pick is in. You know. And the San Francisco 49ers select Nick Martin out of Oklahoma State. This isn't. No, it's not Nicholas Martin. It must be Nicholas Martin, surely. Nick Martin, linebacker out of Oklahoma State. I'm sure he's like well down the list. Got to find him now. I'm sure this guy's well done. Yeah, Nicholas Martin, linebacker, Oklahoma State, rated 307, ranked 307 on the PFF board. Wow. There you go. I mean, did I have them down needing a linebacker? No. Did I expect them to take a man who they could probably have got like 4th, 5th, 6th round? That's a shock. Gary, I will speak to you on the college pod later this week about that. That's reaching. That if I was a 49ers fan, I'd be pissed at that. I don't like that pick. That is. I tell you what, I'm going to liken that to, and I'm going to piss some people off here. I'm going to liken that pick to the Cowboys picking a guard at 12 in the first round. The Dallas Cowboys went so high to pick Tyler Booker at 12, and the San Francisco 49ers have just done exactly the same thing in the 3rd round and gone so high picking a guy. I guess 49ers. Cowboys, they're both. No, I'm not going to say it. It's not worth me getting in trouble. Shavon Revel Jr., cornerback, going to Dallas. Shock horror. Right. Dallas get a decent cornerback. He is injured. He has been injured. I think he'll be fit for the start of the season. Right. The Patriots are not on the clock. Carolina are on the clock. There has been a trade. Please don't say they've traded to the end of the round because I was hoping I'm going to bed soon. The trade with Carolina, that must be number 85. You know what, Greg? That's quite a thing. As a 49er fan, I'm angry. You're not a 49er fan, though. We know that. Carolina have selected Prince Emmanuel. I'm just going to call him Prince because that name's just not rolling off my tongue. I'm not butchering it for like a 5th time. So they've selected Prince. Yeah. I'm still waiting on what the trade details are for for the Patriots pick. But the Patriots moved back to 85. I just don't know what they picked up yet. So Arizona are on the clock, but their pick is in. We will see. Right, let's have a look. What are the Patriots? Maybe I'll be able to work this out. Right, looks like the Patriots picked up 146. So the Patriots moved from 77 to 85, and it looks like they picked up 146. Yeah, so the Patriots moved from 77 to 85 and picked up 146 in so I'm a fan of the football. That is very true. You are a fan of football. Yeah. So, but you're also you're learning the game. You're new to the game, so we'll let you off. But so we're just waiting on the Arizona pick to be announced. We are at pick 78, and the third round finishes at pick 102. So, I don't know, maybe another hour and a bit. I'm impressed I'm still going. Notable third round draft picks: Travis Kelce, 63rd in 2013. Terry McLaurin, 76 in 2019. Right, Shedeur Sanders at 20 on Daniel Jeremiah's top 200. 50 is the one after that, Jalen Noel at Iowa State. So everyone between 1 and 49 has gone, with the exception of Shedeur Sanders. Arizona's pick is in. They pick Jordan Birch out of Oregon. That pick's slightly ahead of my TV feed, so yeah. We're now at the point where I don't know everything about everybody, so I can't say that's a great pick, that's not a great pick. The guy played at Oregon, so it's not that he's bad. Let's be honest. Again, while Arizona have picked their man and refer to it's the same as the Aston Gillot pick earlier on. 2 players, in the case of Gillot and Birch, have gone ahead of Jack Sawyer, Elijah Roberts, Kyle Kennard, Josiah Stewart, Jared Ivey, and Braden Swinson. So these teams that are picking edge defenders are really leaving it, Houston Texans pick is in. They are selecting Jalen Knoll out of Iowa State. Wide receiver. That's a decent pick, that, because I would have picked him instead of Kyle Williams, but I would have picked him later. The pick that the Patriots traded with Carolina would have probably been my wide receiver pick, and I'd have picked Jalen Knowles slightly then. So it's a shame he wasn't on the board in 5 picks time when the Patriots are picking, but they had a chance to take him if they really wanted to. Elikamania at Stanford. He's the only wide receiver on my board in my top 7 left, and he continues to fall. He's not been injured, unlike Kevin Winston, who has. Kevin Winston's been injured. I can let that go. That one is that one. That's fine. The injury explains the drop. Shador Sanders is Shador Sanders. He's dropping anyway. I can't explain that. Xavier Watts out of Notre Dame. That is the drop that confused. And not just because I'm a Notre Dame fan, but that is a drop that I didn't understand. The Colts select Justin Whaley, cornerback out of Minnesota. And Dorian Strong, Jacob Parrish are both ahead of him on my board. Personally, I would have looked at taking one of those guys. I mean, both of them I mocked to the Patriots at 106. So I guess Justin Whaley's probably been taken higher than I expected him to be taken really. Just touching back on it, yeah. Xavier Watts and Elikamania, they're the 2 that I don't understand why these 2 haven't gone. Xavier Watts is number 63 on Daniel Jeremiah's top 200. Sanders is 20, whereas on PFF, Xavier Watts is at 36 and Sanders is at 45. That's a variation. That's just a variation in the way people rank. The Bengals select Dylan Fairchild, guard out of Georgia. Right ahead of the TV now. He was on my board a few weeks ago, but I knocked him off in favor of somebody else who's already gone. So I guess at that point I'm justified. PFF rate him at 140. So again, are we now seeing teams draft too high? You're drafting for need now. You're filling in your holes on your depth chart. Indianapolis, who did they take? They took a cornerback. You're filling in the holes on your on your roster. You know, the Cincinnati Bengals could have taken Gray Zabel in the first round. So Dylan Fairchild in the third round is not not terrible. Tennessee Titans are on the clock. The pick is in. They have a need at wide receiver, they have a need at guard, and they have a need at safety. Best safety on the board is Kevin Winston Jr. Well, TV's on a timeout. This could be Kevin Winston Jr. This could be Xavier Watts. I think you know, one of these could be going to the Titans and one of them could be going to the Steelers. Steelers, QB, cornerback, wide receiver. Oh, is this where the slide stops? I know I've been saying it all night. This could be where the slide stops. Is this where the slide stops? Steelers are desperate for a QB. You know, you're going into the season with Mason Rudolph as your number one QB, and he's got to take some of December off to pull Father Christmas all around the world. So, you know, I think maybe Shedeur Sanders is. I think the Steelers would be fantastic for him, because that was the other thing. Does he get picked? That was all the talk this week, last week. Does he get picked by the Steelers? Because the Steelers haven't got another pick until well into the third round. Funnily enough, 83. The fact that Shedeur Sanders has almost got to 83, I think he's going to get to 83 because the Titans have already taken Cam Ward. They're not going to take Sanders as well. So it's fairly safe to say that Sanders has made it all the way to 83. Yeah. But we will see. So the Titans need a wide receiver, they need guard, and they need safety. I think this has to be Kevin Winston Jr. There you go. The Titans have selected Kevin Winston Jr. You know, the guy picked up an injury, and missed the rest. Missed the late half of the Penn State season. Missed the playoff run, which was winning against Boise State and then losing to the Fighting Irish. So Pittsburgh are on the clock. They have needs at QB, cornerback, wide receiver, running back, and offensive tackle. Based on the board, Shedeur Sanders, Dylan Sampson, Alec Amanior, they're the guys. Cam Scatbo, Scatbo with the Steelers, that'd be That'd be decent. The Pittsburgh pick is in. Shador Sanders is best available. Caleb Johnson, according to ESPN, is the best fit. Stop waving that terrible towel. Caleb Johnson, running back. Ahead of Cam Scatbo. Kieran, I said it. Cam Scatbo is not what everyone thinks he is. And there are running backs I would take ahead of him. Dylan Sampson being one. But there are also the running backs that have all come off the board already. And he continues to fall. This is remarkable. I mean, we all remember Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers, expected to go number 1 to the 49ers. He wanted to go home. They took Alex Smith instead. Probably they knew what a crazy idiot Rodgers was going to become. And Rodgers eventually fell to 23, I think it was. There have been some falls. But I don't remember a QB being rated in the first round and falling this far. Tampa Bay's pick is in. They need edge, they need linebacker, they need tight end. Jacob Parrish, cornerback out of Kansas State. Again, I like that pick. I really do. He was him and Dorian Strong. They were, as I mentioned, they were the two cornerbacks that I was eyeing up. The Patriots taking at 106. So don't fault the pick at all. Patriots are now on the clock at 85. No, Kansas City are now on the clock. There has been a trade. The Patriots have traded back again. What have they traded for is the question. Don't ask me. I don't know yet. No, this is like how it used to be. You stay up waiting for the Patriots to pick, and then they trade, and they don't pick at all. This is like Bill Belichick all over again. The amount of nights I'd sit there going, yeah, and you'd wait till like 29, 30, 32, 31, 32, expecting the Patriots to pick, and then you get to like 28 and the Patriots trade out of the first round, and you think, you buggers. Right, so we have a trade. Kansas City and the New England Patriots have made a trade. I don't know what the trade is yet. The Chiefs have selected Noel Williams out of California. Does she ever change her hair? Every year it's exactly the same. Noel Williams out of Noel Williams, cornerback out of California. Let's see what the Patriots have got. Looks like the Patriots have traded. Right. The Chargers pick is in. Don't have it yet. Right. The Patriots have traded from 85 to 95 or 80. Yeah, 85 to 95. I can't say. So I'm looking at all the. I'm looking at the Patriots picks. I'm trying to work it out now. 95, 106, 144, 146, 17, 220. That's what they had anyway. 2 sevens. I can't work out what the Patriots got from Kansas City while I'm doing this. I'll have to. I'm sure I'll get it at some point. Yeah. If anybody who's watching wants to find out what, while I'm doing everything else, and wants to tell me what the Patriots got from Kansas City Chiefs for their trade for moving back 10 spots, then yeah. Hit me up in the comments and let me know. Actually, come to think of comments, anybody who's watching has got a question and wants to fill some of this silent space, I'll answer what I can. I'm waiting on the Chargers to announce their pick. Jim's on the phone to somebody. He's on the phone to Tramari Cadwell out of Oregon. Oh, 6'2", 232 pounds. Green Bay are on the clock. We are 16 picks away from the end of the round. I mean, again, Jimmy Caldwell. out of Oregon, defensive tackle. Don't know too much. Judging on the highlights, that guy's mean, scary, can tackle. Big lad. Yeah. Green Bay are on the clock. Their pick is in. And we are back to looking where Shedeur Sanders is going to go. The Rams at 90, back up to Matt Stafford, maybe. New Orleans at 93. Browns at 94. I think the Rams need a lot more than just quarterback now. So I think we're looking at New Orleans at 93 now to see whether Sanders goes. But Kevin Winston's gone. Siobhan Revel's gone. Caleb Johnson's gone. Chris Paul Jr. out of Mississippi. He's still on the board. Jeffrey Basser out of Oregon, still on the board. Few mocks, I found Chris Paul Jr. available at the beginning of the fourth, so that could be a possibility. Green Bay selects another wide receiver, Savon Williams out of TCU. He is a Packers man now. Rank 101 on PFF board. Again, goes ahead of Eli Camanio, goes ahead of Jalen Royals and Xavier Restrepo. As I said, as a Notre Dame fan, having watched them all year, I don't get why Xavier Watts is falling this far. I really don't. Now, for me, the Patriots would do nicely for a safety, but the Patriots now aren't picking till 95. Xavier Watts would be an awesome pick at 95 if he's still there. I don't know whether he will be, because that's a value pick to me. Eli Camanio is still on the board. I don't get why he's still there. Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock. Their pick is in. I don't know what it is yet. Yeah. So Sanders is Sanders. His fall is his fall. It's but is this Amanior and Xavier Watts? I don't get these two fall. The Jacksonville Jaguars select Caleb Renshaw out of Tulane. Here's a corner. And the corner that's quite far down. Okay. Yeah, he's that far down the board. He's not on the board at all. You can't even select him. I couldn't tell you anything about that man. So the Jacksonville Jaguars select somebody that not only have I never heard of, I can't even select him to draft him on the computer. That's where we are. The Jags are on the clock again. They traded with Houston. Obviously didn't like their first pick. This could be Xavier Watts, safety. Jacksonville Jaguars haven't picked since Travis Hunter. So Wyatt Millam, guard, tackle, depending on how you want to. Some people say he's a tackle. Personally, I think he's a guard out of West Virginia. No, NFL Network are calling him a guard. PFF calling him a tackle. So it is what it is. The most interesting thing I can say is the Rams are on the clock. Their pick is in. What I can say is I had Wyatt Millam on my board. Get some of these day 3 picks being taken at the end of day 2 now, which is always the case. So the Rams are on the clock. If they have made their pick, I don't know who it is yet. They could take a corner. They could take a linebacker. So Chris Paul Jr. linebacker maybe. They did take they took a linebacker earlier in the. No, it took Terrence Ferguson. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, they could take Chris Paul. They could take Chris Paul Jr. They could take Dorian Strong. Wide receiver, they could take Eli Kamanior. Quarterback, Matt Stafford's backup, maybe Shador Sanders. Or Dylan Sampson, Cat Scatball. We shall see. If it's not Sanders, then we have to wait till 93, 94. Right, so let's more on Caleb Ransall, part of the Tulane Green Wave, which I'd like to say in the G5, they were one of my division winners. They earned me a point this year in the College Football UK winners chart, and I was the only one that had faith in the Tulane Green Wave as well. So. Strong run defender, low missed tackle percentage. Apparently, his tape play doesn't correspond with his combine performances. He doesn't anticipate the game very well. He's slow off his feet, and his awareness is inconsistent. That is the analysis of Caleb Ransall. So again, PFF rate him as a safety, but NFL Network had him rated as a cornerback, and that's why I couldn't find him on the list, because I was looking at cornerbacks and he wasn't. He was a safety on the list, so that's why I didn't find him. We are still waiting on the LA Rams pick, just because we're on a TV timeout. I wonder. Like I said, Chris Paul, Dorian Strong, Ella Camanio, Josiah Stewart, edge defender out of Michigan. So the Michigan boy is going to LA, but not to play with Jim. Well, not to play for Jim. Don't want to play with Jim, but not for Jim. You know what I mean. He's going to the other side. He's going to the Rams. Isaiah Stewart. So the Baltimore Ravens are on the clock. Pick time has gone down from 7 minutes to 5 minutes. The Ravens took Malachi Starks in the first round. They need defensive tackle. They need cornerback. They need guard. They need wide receiver. So their pick is in. They've made the pick. Emory Jones Jr., tackle out of LSU. He played on the right side. He was a right tackle. And Will Campbell was the left tackle. Decent pick, that, especially this date. He will, having lost some talent on the front end, he will help the offensive line, certainly. The Seattle Seahawks are now on the clock. I think that's a good pick for. I think that's a good pick for the Baltimore Ravens. He can play guard. He played right tackle for most of the time at LSU. He did play a little bit of guard. Very much like Donovan Jackson. Donovan Jackson is a guard, but he was listed as a tackle. Emory Jones is a tackle who can play guard. Wouldn't surprise me if Josh Simmons ends up playing some guard for the Chiefs. Fuckers. Seattle's pick is in. And that's number 92. Seattle need wide receiver, guard. No, they pick wide receiver, center, tackle, edge. Your wide receivers, Alec Amanior, edge defender, Braden Swinson, wide receiver, Jalen Royals, Jared Ivy, edge defender at Mississippi. And we'll find out where they've gone. They have gone Jalen Milroe, quarterback, out of Alabama. And still, even when a quarterback gets picked, Shedeur Sanders does not get picked. Wow. Oh. To be a fly on the wall with Shedeur Sanders right now. That's... I'm now finding this funny. Oh, yeah, you're shocked, kid. I'm shocked too. This is beginning to get funny now. How far does he go? Saints are picking. I didn't have Seattle picking a quarterback. Not at all. They've paid big money for Sam Darnold in the free agency, so this is a backup role. He needs time. Jalen Milroe needs time. He's not a finished article. He needs so much. He's fast, yes. He's got a good arm, yes, but he's inconsistent. So Seattle have picked up Gray Zabel, Nick Emmanwori, Elijah Ororo, and now Jalen Milroe as well. They are having a very good... There have been some good drafts. They're looking at moving Sam Howell. I mean, they've already said they're going to move Sam Howell on. Sam Darnold, Jalen Milroe, and Drew Lock is the QB room. Sam Howell is there, but they would like to move Sam Howell on. I think you might find, say, Sam Howell ends up backing up Matt Stafford at the Rams, for example. Although I think Jimmy G is currently the backup at the Rams. Don't quote me on it, but I think that's right. So we're now in this Sanders window again. New Orleans at 93, the Browns at 94. Both could take Sanders. I think it's more... I think if the Saints take Sanders, the Browns will just take somebody else. But I think if the Saints choose to take Kyle McCord or Riley Leonard or somebody else, then expect the Browns to take Shedeur Sanders. I can't see him falling any further. Where's he going to fall to? I keep saying this. Where's he next going to fall? Where's his next window? Where's his next window? You know, if he wants to back up Geno Smith in Vegas, you're talking... The Raiders have picks 98 and 99. So we've got the New Orleans now, which I'm interested to see who they're going to take. And then the Browns straight after. And then we've got the Patriots, which is why we're on, because we're a Patriots podcast. I'm slowly sinking in my chair. I don't know why. I think my chair's got an air leak. Yeah. So, yeah, away from QB, the New Orleans needs so much. They have picked Jonas Sanka, safety. Think. Pretty sure he is. Yes. Jonas Sanka out of Virginia, rated number 113 on the PFF board. He's been picked by the New Orleans Saints. And I've just realized I didn't make the Seattle pick on the computer, so I nearly picked the wrong player for the wrong team, which is very helpful. Too busy talking about how Sanders is amusing. Okay, so the Browns are on the clock. Did they take Shedeur Sanders? Now they took Mason Graham in the first round. So the Saints have picked a tackle in the first, Kelvin Banks. Quarterback, they picked Tyler Shuck. I forgot they picked Tyler Shuck, so they didn't even need to pick Shedeur Sanders. It's late. I've been for 10 minutes. I've been waffling on about how New Orleans could pick Shedeur Sanders. Now they've already picked Tyler Shuck, so he's going to drop. All right. Yeah. Elicomanio, this could be your time. They do need a wide receiver. Shedeur Sanders, this could be your time. Don't hold your breath. Cam Scatbo, Dylan Sampson, could be your time. We will see. Big thank you to everyone who's watching and still watching. Makes it worthwhile that I've stayed up to do this. Because halfway through I was thinking, oh, why did you do this? There's not many picks left. We're on 94. The third round ends at 102 with Jacksonville. So we're not far away from the end. Thankfully, because at 5-4, I'm struggling. So looking ahead to the Patriots, who pick next. So they've taken their tackle, they've taken their running back, and they've taken their wide receiver. They could really do with taking an edge. Looking at the board, Braylon Swinson's on the board, Jared Ivy's on the board, Kyle Kennard's on the board, Elijah Roberts, Jack Sawyer. Please go and get Jack Sawyer. Please go get Jack Sawyer. That guy had an absolute mental season. Still waiting on the Browns pick. The NFL Network are going on about the QB room. Deshaun Watson, he will miss the entire season with an Achilles. That leaves them with Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco. They obviously expect this to be a QB. It is a QB, but it is not Shador Sanders. It is Dylan Gabriel out of Oregon. Left-hander, funnily enough. Wow. Oh. Dylan Gabriel, 164 on the PFF board. Funnily enough, behind Will Howard and behind Riley Leonard. I had Will Howard on my board at 7. I've been high on Kyle McCord, who not many other people have been high on, and that's fine. Hawaii. Yeah, that's fine if you know you get to this point, you're looking for little things, and yeah. So the Patriots are now on the clock. This is where I'm stuck, because I'd love Xavier Watts. We're talking about a first round grade, rated 36 on PFS board. He is available at 95. The Patriots need a safety, and I am normally in every draft that I've done, this guy's been gone. I've drafted an edge. At this point, you know, as I've said earlier, my top 4 picks, they've always been tackle, wide receiver, running back, and edge, or edge and running back. It's always been like that. I've never considered Xavier Watts because he's never been around at that point. Normally, the 106 is when I've started looking at my cornerbacks, my safeties. You know, that's why I said Dorian Strong, Jacob Parrish, Jalen, safety at Penn State. I can't remember his name. Jalen somebody. But yeah. Daniel Jeremiah has Xavier Watts at 63 on his top 200, yet Xavier Watts is 36 on PFF. That's right. The Patriots have picked. The Patriots have selected Jared Wilson, center out of Georgia. Wow. Now, certainly a man that I can understand being picked. I can understand Jared Wilson being picked. I wouldn't have picked him here. I would have gone with a different center later in the I would have gone with a different center later in the draft. I can't say I feel this one. That I'm not pleased with. Yeah, I can't say I'm happy with that one, to be honest. That isn't great. I didn't like that. Xavier Watts goes to Atlanta Falcons. Shock. He was coming off the board at some point. The Falcons have obviously traded with Philadelphia Eagles because according to, I've not missed it, but according to this, it should have been the Eagles. So there's obviously been a trade of some sort. That's annoying. Yeah. So the Houston Texans are now on the clock. The Raiders have got 2 picks following the Houston pick. Sanders could be one of those 2. He says expecting it could go any other way. Right, let's go back to Jared Wilson. Top center on the board, top center on my board, top center on PFF. Great, brilliant. Is he a good center? Yes, he is. Fantastic. Great. Brilliant. We can take him there. When it comes to centers, you've got Seth McLaurin out of Ohio State, who spent the season injured, and so he's going to be lower down the totem pole. You got Jake Majors out of Texas, Jonah Monheim out of USC, Drew Kendall out of Boston College. All of those guys were going to go earlier. Jalen Smith has been picked by the Houston Texans out of USC. The Raiders are now on the clock twice. Jalen Smith is a cornerback. Yeah. There were plenty of centers that we could have taken later on. So to take Jared Wilson when we need an edge defender, and there are some top, like I said, Jack Sawyer is still there. Jared Ivey's still there. Brendan Swanson's still there. There are some top edge still available, and instead we went and instead we went center. I don't like that. Jalen Smith rated 241 on PFF, and the Texans have picked him at 97. This is where you get to the stage, and you've probably noticed it sort of 20 picks ago. We're starting to get to the point where your picks don't match the grades you're picking now to fill particular holes on your roster. And so you your board becomes more about need rather than a rating, because if you've got a top wide receiver room, for example, I don't know, if you've got the first, the second, and the fourth best wide receiver in your room, and the third wide receiver is available, but also the sixth QB is available, and your QB is rated number 9, then you're going to take the QB over the wide receiver, even though the wide receiver's rated higher. That's the sort of thing that where you are now, this late in the draft, you are filling particular holes as opposed to picking for position, you're on positional need as opposed to what actual rating. Yeah, I mean, I suppose Kieran's just made a point on our chat that we do pick pretty early on in the fourth round, which is true. There are not going to be loads of edge defense. Philly could take an edge at 101. The Raiders could take an edge now. Yeah, the Raiders could take an edge now. But even if they took, for example, Swinson, who's the best edge on the board, there are still, Swinson, Ivy, Kennard, Roberts, Sawyer. There are still quite a few edges available. But I'm sure Jared Wilson would have been available at 106 when we pick next. So this will no doubt be discussed on the podcast on Tuesday. We will probably, wax lyrical about the fact that we picked Campbell. We will probably discuss the fact that we didn't get Jalen Higgins, seeing as me and Karl were both on the Jalen Higgins train. I think the whole podcast is happy with Trayvon Henderson. So again, that's fine. I would expect some time to be carved out on the pod for this pick because I don't like it. I'm like I said, I'm not saying he's not a good player. He is, but Caleb Rogers out of Texas Tech. You are going to Las Vegas, my friend. I don't know whether I could live in Vegas. I mean, I've been to Vegas many times. I've been to Vegas as a kid when I couldn't gamble. I've been to Vegas as a couple. I went with my ex-partner. I've been to Vegas as a guy on a trip with guys. I've done the 3 trips very differently. But as someone who loves Texas Hold'em, I don't know whether I could live in Vegas. I would probably lose too much money. Right, so yes, the Raiders have just taken Caleb Rogers, who's a guard. Who's a guard according to is a guard according to the NFL, but not according to Pro Football. Caleb Rogers, tackle, Texas Tech. There you go. Rated 182. So quarterback selected: Cam Ward, number 1. Jackson Dart, number 25. Tyler Shook, number 40. Jalen Milroe, number 92. Dylan Gabriel, number 94. This is where your run starts on QBs. This is the Raiders' second of 2 picks in a row. Are they going to take Shedeur Sanders? Am I going to take that green square, the final green square on the board? No! Charles Grant, tackle, guard, tackle. Tackle from William and Mary. He's a left tackle. He's probably a swing, actually. He can play, but he has played both. very good upper body power. Marcus Bowe, no, up there. I expected Marcus Bowe to go, even though I gave him a third day grade, with an orange dot. I expected him to maybe go today, and the fact that he hasn't gone is interesting, I suppose, enough. Yeah. So the Raiders take Charles Grant. San Francisco, you are on the clock. Your pick is in. So the Raiders have taken running back Gentry, wide receiver Jack Beach, and that's the screen's changed. Yeah. Last three picks of the night now. We have San Francisco, we have Philly, and we have Jacksonville. We have a TV break now. Now, who did San Francisco? San Francisco need a tackle. They need a cornerback and they need a center. This is possibly why, I don't know. This could be why the Patriots took Jared Wilson, because otherwise the 49ers may have taken him here. But I'm not that high on Jared Wilson that I'd have quite happily lost Jared Wilson now to the 49ers and got somebody else. But then again, if the guy I was going to get is still there at the beginning of the fourth when we pick, no harm, no foul, but that's not the point. Right now, I would have conceded Jared Wilson to the 49ers in exchange for Jonah Monheim, who's my number 2 center on my board, in round 5 or round 6. Cornerback Quincy Riley, I'm quite high on. I quite like Quincy Riley if you're going to go corner. Dorian Strong is the big one. He's the one that if I was picking here for the Patriots and they wanted a corner, I'd be wanting Dorian Strong. Tackles. Again, like I said, Marcus Bowe's still there. Cameron Williams is a right tackle. Now, the 49ers do need a right tackle. So I wonder whether we could see either Marcus Bowe or Cameron Williams or Dorian Strong go here. They'd be my top 3. Quincy Riley's, yes, he's probably, I rate him, but the consensus is that there are a lot of corners better than him. Earlier on in the season, I rated him. I didn't have a great season for Louisville, but his combine was okay. So we will see. Bowe, Williams, or Dorian Strong, I think, should be. And it's neither. Upton Stout out of Western Kentucky. You are off to the Golden Gate. Go and enjoy that weather that I've just come home from. I don't know what the Golden Gate before I came home, and I had a lot of people staring at me. Didn't get why. I think it's probably because it was raining, freezing cold, blowing a gale, and I was there in shorts and t-shirt. But that's because I'm Mancunian, and that's all year round weather. That's not bad weather. That's all year round weather. So it, that kind of weather did not bother me at all. I did get some dodgy looks though. Upton, I've got to find Upton Stout now. And he's not on the cornerback board on PFF, so we better check safety, seeing as we made that mistake last time. There we go. Upton Stout, safety, Western Kentucky. Wow. Never heard of the guy. Denver are on the clock. According to my list, it should be Philadelphia. So there's obviously been a trade that I've missed. Apologies if people have been looking at the screen going, Nick, there's been a trade. Nick, there's been a trade. I hadn't noticed. My bad. I can't tell you anything about the trade because I wasn't paying attention to know what it was. Right. Savion Jones out of LSU is the pick for Denver. I've seen him enough tonight that know that he is a edge. There we go. That's good. I'm happy with that on the basis that it's not Jack Sawyer who I want at the Patriots. So I'm happy enough that that's not Jack Sawyer. Yeah. So, yeah. Back to my weather. Yeah. Wind and rain is Manchester weather. 365. In the summer it rains. In the winter it rains harder. So walking a bridge where it's really windy and it's rainy, that to me doesn't bother me at all. I got some strange looks. I'm walking with someone who's got a hood up. She's got her hood up. She's bundled up because she's cold, and I'm like, it's not that cold. It was a little windy. By the end of the thing, I was a little damp, but it didn't blow my spirits away. I was all right. Back to the thing in hand. We are on the last pick of the round. The Vikings are on the clock. They have traded with Jacksonville. Their pick is in. They need a cornerback. They need a tackle, safety, and wide receiver. Thankfully, they don't need an edge. At this point, it could be anybody. Yeah. I would have thought. I'm surprised Elika Manio is still there as a wide receiver. Minnesota do take a wide receiver. I'm ahead of the TV now. Ty Felton out of Maryland. He was like Pat Bryant earlier. He's a little bit further down the list. Yeah. Again, there's other wide receivers that have been ignored. It's a fit thing, some wide receivers are Zs, some wide receivers are X's, some wide receivers are slot guys. So it all depends on what you're. I've just completed my draft, and my draft is complaining that I didn't select Shador Sanders. Well, there's not a lot I can do about that. So take it up with your system. So Tennessee will open the draft tomorrow. And so Tennessee pick at 103, Jacksonville pick at 104, New York Giants pick at 105, and the Patriots pick at 106. I am still to look yet at what, if anything, the Patriots got for trading. I haven't looked yet. But yeah, that is the draft over. So we are done. I'm just gonna quickly see if I can give you a reason as to what the Patriots have picked up. So the Patriots picked 106, 144, 146, 171, 220, and 238. So yeah, that is it. To everybody who has watched, thank you. It makes it kind of worth doing that people watch it. So I appreciate all the people that have watched. Thank you very much. We are not doing a watch along tomorrow. So that's it for our watch alongs. Thank you to DJ for joining us earlier on. Thank you to everybody who's commented while we've been on. Much appreciated. I'm going to bed. And I will be back on the podcast. As a podcast, we will all be back on Tuesday. We'll discuss the picks that have gone on already and what will come tomorrow. Have fun. Have a good weekend, everybody. And we will see you soon. Laters.